about to begin. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy do sali audytoryjnej. Wkrótce rozpoczną się obrady. Welcome to the stage, the President and CEO of the Atlantic. Witamy na scenie prezesa i dyrektora. Szanowni Państwo, powitajmy na scenie prezydenta i CEO Atlantic Council, pana Frederica Kemp.
It's a great honor to open day 2 of the 6th annual Wrocław Global Forum with two of my favorite global thinkers, strategic thinkers, Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski, and former U.S. National Security Advisor Steve Hadley, a member of the Executive Committee of the Atlantic Council Board. I'm very delighted that we had a dozen board members here today and yesterday from the Atlantic Council. And these aren't just board members. They include former Undersecretary of State, Undersecretaries of Defense, former Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs, Pentagon Assistant Secretary, and so on, the CEO of the EBRD. The Atlantic Council is made up of a group of individuals who are actors, have been actors in major positions in government and business, including our International Advisory Board, Dr. Brzezinski, Tom Enders, CEO of Airbus. And it's in that spirit that we are a group of actors, not just trying to deliver lofty rhetoric, but also talk about action, what needs to be done, and then try to influence those players and actors who can have impact on great moments of history like this to execute it. Let me briefly introduce Foreign Minister Sikorski, though you all know him quite well. He was born in Bydgoszcz, Poland, graduated from the University of Oxford with a BA and MA in Politics, Philosophy, and Economics. He headed the Student Strike Committee during the unrest in Bydgoszcz in March 1981 and granted political asylum in Great Britain in 1982 and 1989. Like all great leaders in the world, he's a former journalist. That's some of you don't realize I was at the Wall Street Journal for 25 years, so that's an inside joke. He was a war correspondent in Afghanistan and Angola in 1986-1989, and he won the World Press Photo Award in 1987 for a photograph taken in Afghanistan. So he knows what it's like to be at the front lines, and he's at the front lines in a much different respect now. He was sworn in as Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland, 16th of November, 2007, very early days in his country's new democratic history. He's been chairman of the Committee of European Affairs since 1st January 2010, elected vice chairman Civic Platform October 2010, and then author of several books, including Dust of the Saints, A Polish House, An Intimate History of Poland. So a writer, a thinker, a strategist. Let me just quote a couple of things from last night's awards dinner. He is a recipient of the Atlantic Council's Freedom Award, but last night he was presenting the award for the people of Maidan. And he told an incredibly moving story about his meeting with Ruslana, who sang the national anthem of Ukraine last evening, quite movingly, where you really got the feeling of being at the heart of decisions. He did say that both Yanukovych and Putin had underestimated the Ukrainian people. But perhaps more to the point, he said, quote, "We are witnessing a moment at which we can imagine a path for Ukraine that makes Ukraine like Poland in terms of prosperity and European future. But we can also imagine a path that makes Ukraine like Syria." I think that's the seriousness of the moment we face. Foreign Minister Sikorski, we look forward to your opening comments and reflections on that, and particularly perhaps a little bit of your reflections on this remarkable week. President Obama coming to Warsaw for your 25th anniversary celebrations, the Ukrainian president's inauguration this morning, the Normandy meetings, the announcement of Putin-Ukrainian talks. We'll have a lot to discuss also after Foreign Minister Sikorski's opening comments and a discussion with Minister Sikorski and Steve Hadley. Foreign Minister. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the title of the panel is the transatlantic partnership in question. And of course, the question, the challenge is Ukraine. Let me just say in my more of a think tank mode than my minister mode. So what I'm about to say is what I think and not necessarily what is policy. But the way I see it is that both Russia and us think we are on the defensive. President Putin is very eloquent about it. He sees the West encroaching on Russia's canonical territory. The West trying to prize away Ukraine, that he sees as the original seat of Russian statehood. And never mind how ahistorical it is, because actually, if any country is a successor state to Kiev and Rus, it's surely Ukraine rather than Russia. But I think it's genuinely felt. Whereas we feel we are defending international law, a generally accepted principle of integrity of borders, and so on. And what has happened in Ukraine, what Russia has done in Ukraine, I think does end an era. An era of illusions that the world can be managed to everyone's advantage at the same time. In Europe's case, we've just seen the difference between the southern neighborhood and eastern neighborhood. Because in the southern neighborhood, when we negotiate an association agreement and a deep and free comprehensive trade area with, say, Morocco, that is nobody else's business. Morocco either wants to do it or not, but there is no great power behind Morocco to push back against what Europe is doing. So Europe in the southern neighborhood can do what it is designed to do, which is to manage a slow intergovernmental process to do with synchronization of technical norms, to do with opening markets, to do with making our neighbors a little bit more like us, by stages, by mutual consent, and to nobody else's harm. And I think what we've just realized is that in the East, it is different. In some quarters in Europe, there is still the illusion that if we just explain to President Putin what the DCFTA with Ukraine is about, surely he'll come round. And we have had rounds of discussion between the Commission and the Russian Federation, and quite rightly, about explaining to Russia, again, quite rightly, that Russia would economically benefit from a free trade arrangement between Ukraine and Europe. But my thesis is that Russia opposes DCFTA by Ukraine, not because she doesn't understand the implications of DCFTA, but because she understands it all too well. Namely, that 60% of acquis communautaire would start functioning, be applied, become part of Ukraine's law. In other words, Ukraine would leave the post-Soviet legal civilization and join the European legal civilization. And that is exactly what Russia sees as a threat. We think we are just making our neighbors more prosperous, less corrupt, more open to trade. President Putin sees this as a threat to the system that he has established in Russia. And I sort of understand what he means. I don't know when, but at some point in the last decade, Russia ceased to be a candidate member of the West. And let me be absolutely clear, Poland would love Russia to be a candidate member of the West. We think that we will become a normal European country when we have normal European neighbors on both sides of our border, and that includes Russia. But somehow we missed the moment when Russia went off course, stopped converging with us, decided that she is a distinct civilization and a competitive pole of integration, competitive with us. And once you assume that, and President Putin is crystal clear about it, then you have a tension, and countries have to make choices. And Ukraine is in between and has been hesitant about what choice to make. But you do have to make a choice. You either have acquis communautaire or you have all this post-Soviet stuff. And I just don't understand people who say we were wrong to force Ukraine to make a choice. Because some of those things are incompatible. You either start fighting corruption or you enjoy the fruits of kleptocracy. You can't have it both ways. And so what I think this situation is demanding of us is to become clear about what we want. That there is a conflict, there is a tension, and do we want to win, or do we not mind if we lose? And you can guess which side of the argument I would be on. We have been faced with a challenge. We have deployed resources, IMF, loans, European Commission, macro financing. Ukraine now has a chance to win, but let us let us be intellectually clear what this is about. This is, at bottom, the way I see it, an ideological struggle. Again, unfortunately. Namely, which kind of political system will obtain in the post-Soviet space? Will it be kleptocratic, oligarchical system modeled on the Russian Federation, or will it be European-style democracy? And once you phrase it like that, then I think Friends of Freedom have only one choice. So in this sense, and let me finish by that, again, Vladimir Putin has done us a favor, because he has forced us to clarify the issues, and he has forced us to make a decision whether we want to prevail or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Sikorski, for putting it in such clear terms. Do we want to win or do we not? This is at bottom an ideological struggle, again, unfortunately. These are important statements. Contest between not communism and capitalism, but a kleptocratic oligarchical state and European-style democracy. So that puts it pretty clearly. Let me start with really a question to both of you, and maybe we'll start with Steve. One of the things I love about coming to the Wrocław Global Forum is you get to sit down with somebody like Steve Hadley, who's advised several U.S. presidents, including being one of 23 men in history who's been a national security advisor to the President of the United States. And you get to sit and talk to Minister Sikorski about the most crucial question of the moment. So I talked to Steve earlier and I said, you know, okay, what's important to know right now? To manage the issue and to take the right action. And Steve actually came up with the 3 questions I'm going to pose to this panel. And maybe you can start by answering how you would frame this for President Obama or any president of the United States in this kind of situation. We're all talking about Ukraine, but the real issue here might be Putin. As you said, you described, Minister Sikorski, how he may be looking at this. What does Putin want? What strategy do you think Putin is preparing to get it? What do we do to prevent it? Let's see if we can handle those three questions. So why don't you start with what does Putin want? And maybe for both of you.
I think Minister Sikorski has framed it intellectually correctly, and his assessment of where Putin is in his thinking, you know, having flirted with coming west and really decided now that Russia has a unique role in history between East and West, if you will, that Russia has done well when it has strong leaders, and this is Putin's moment to be that strong leader that is going to establish a new Russian pillar, if you will. And he is trying to get recruits for that Russian pillar. He's got Belarus, he's got Kazakhstan. Ukraine is important because if Ukraine is part of this Russian sphere, it is an empire. And if it is not, it is more of a distraction and just an extension of Russia. So I think that is really the context. Operationally, what does he want? You know, we've seen, I think, his aspirations grow. I think in Georgia 2008, he wanted to punish a country that had the gall on his border to be democratic and want to move to the rest. And he basically said, if you do that, you'll be punished. Ukraine, I think, is a bigger prize. I think he may have real territorial ambitions. He certainly has a piece in terms of Crimea. And Putin, what we've seen is he's very opportunistic. He takes a long view. He sees an opportunity, he sees it, and his objectives can ratchet up depending how well he succeeds and how much resistance he faces. And Ukraine, I would say, sort of three things of what might ladder up his appetites. Ukraine, clearly, his strategy is to destabilize the East, to try to increase autonomy, to try to give the East a veto power over the decisions the central government will make, and to have a piece of that territory in his control. Because if he can do that, you saw it in Georgia, you now see it in Ukraine, he believes that the West, the EU, NATO, will be reluctant to take into its membership a country that has a territorial dispute with Russia. And so he can keep Ukraine in this limbo, which makes it susceptible to Russian influence and pressure over the long term. Clearly, that's one of his objectives. I think the risk is that if he succeeds and is not opposed, he can go further. And in 2008, we were concerned today, Georgia, tomorrow, Ukraine, and the next day, the Baltic states. And if he can do in the Baltic states what he's doing in Ukraine and show that Article 5 of NATO is an empty shell, then he's virtually destroyed NATO. And by his flirtation with the extremist parties of the right and the left, which he's been very actively doing, he's also trying in some sense...
In Europe.
In Europe, yes, of the right and the left, the parties that did so well in the recent European parliamentary elections, he's also trying to split the EU. Now, is he sitting at the moment and saying, that's my objective? I don't know. But the problem with Putin is that once he gets going, if he is fed by success and not adequately resisted, those things, I think, come onto his agenda, even if they weren't from the get-go. And that's the risk, I think, and that's how I would frame it for the president. There's a lot at stake here.
Thank you, Steve. Minister Sikorski, do you agree with this assessment of what Putin wants and how it has evolved?
I agree, and I would add that he has the negative scenario that he needs to prevent is Ukraine becoming a successful democratic country. That, in his mind, must be an ideological threat to his very power base. Because he is right that Russia and Ukraine are brotherly nations. But if the younger brother were to succeed and make become European, more open, have a competitive economy, become like Poland, that would be a dangerous precedent for the Russian people themselves, who might decide that that's a better system than what they have right now. and leaders defend their power base. Now, his positive plan is that he wants to get parity. From Russia's point of view, it must be humiliating, as they see it in their own terms, to be a junior partner to practically everyone, to the United States, to Europe, and to China. Now, I think it's undoable for Russia to gain parity with either of those three power centers, because you just cannot do it on the basis of this small an economy. Russian economy is only 250% bigger than Poland's. But he has some advantages: unity of command, armed forces, an intelligence apparatus, and a propaganda apparatus that give him the illusions of strength. I think his grand strategy is not properly thought through, because he would like our union to dissolve so that he can deal with European countries one by one. He would like to create his own multinational union, of which Moscow would be the center. But it's hard to create a multinational union while at the same time stoking Russian ethnic tribal nationalism. Also, when Russia itself is a multinational country. So it's going to be very difficult to manage that. There's a contradiction inside the strategy. And also, it's very difficult to manage a union of states while taking their territories away from them. I think he has already scared even the Belarusians and the Kazakhs, who are publicly endorsing his plans, but privately preparing for resistance. So I agree with Stephen. His strategy is bold. He's tactically very agile and flexible. But I just don't see how he can succeed.
I think that's right. I think what's important to note is that as he's attempted to destabilize Ukraine, he has also cracked down domestically. And I think at some level he knows he's playing with fire. The notion that by referendum sections of a country can leave a country is something that is a bad principle for Russia. You know, a referendum in Chechnya not too long ago would have produced an unhappy result. I think he's actually aware of this, which is why he's cracking down domestically, because he figures if anybody tries that in Russia, he can handle them with brute force. So, unfortunately, his strategy internationally requires, in some sense, that he become more authoritarian domestically, which moves Russia further away from the Western consensus rather than toward the Western consensus that you were talking about.
So let me get to the question of, you've talked some about what he wants, you've talked some about his strategy to get it. We can go deeper on the strategy part, but Mr. Sikorsky, let's talk about what we can do to prevent it. And your question, the answer to your question is, do we want to win or do we not? Talk about that in the context of this week and President Obama's visit, the $1 billion package. Steve Hadley at this conference has talked about the need for us to retake the initiative, that we don't have the initiative. Who's got the initiative in this? Are you more convinced from this week and from this package that we want to win? Or are we still really not there? Is Russia just a much more determined player in this than the West is?
I think Russia was succeeding when she was doing some of those things under the radar. When we were assuming that it was broadly converging with us, but Russia was doing a little bit on the margin around its periphery. I think Crimea has changed that because the sight of those Russian soldiers without insignia, President Putin just pretty blatantly saying, these are not my soldiers, and then admitting that these are his soldiers. I think he has personally offended some Western leaders' self-esteem. And he has taken advantage of the fact that democracies traditionally are very slow to move. Democracies operate in the mode of trade and are very reluctant to go to a mode of conflict. But he has, I think, almost succeeded in reminding us that conflict is possible again, and I think the process of galvanization has started. You know, as late as 6 months ago, no more, 9 months ago, it was in Europe literally unimaginable that we would be doing any kind of sanctions against Russia. When Russia imposed its trade boycott on Ukraine in August of last year, I was arguing, actually also to President Yanukovych at the time, you know, do you need help with that? He said, nah, we're not Armenia, we'll handle it. But I was also arguing to my European colleagues, look, if our partner, someone with whom we are negotiating a DCFTA, is under a trade boycott, this is not the best time to pile up new conditions on Ukraine. This is a time to neutralize that boycott. I wasn't getting through. And now we are discussing, you know, what sanctions to do and under what conditions. And yes, we've done too little, too late at every stage to affect the other side's calculations in an operational sense. But I think Russia will discover that she's much more connected to the world global economy than North Korea or Cuba. And that this loss of reputation, perceived heightening of commercial risk, downgrades on the financial markets, exclusion of ships and goods and aviation to Crimea, this will all impose costs. And then what we should also do is those things that are under our control, that don't depend on Mr. Putin. And those things that are in our interest anyway. It is in our interest anyway to have lower energy prices. So, and not to pay monopolistic prices to Gazprom. So we should accelerate the building of what my Prime Minister has launched as the Energy Union project. Russia has just signed a gas deal with China. And we think the price that was agreed was something in the region of $350, $360 per 1,000 cubic meters. Whatever we pay in Europe above that price is the price of not having an energy union, because China bought like an energy union on behalf of its companies. The United States could, of course, help a great deal by really exporting LNG. And what would be particularly useful would be if a small volume of LNG was sent not just generally to the markets, but specifically to Poland and Lithuania. Because that would strengthen this region's energy independence and would be a very powerful geopolitical signal. And also things like the Keystone project that would bring more oil to the markets and bring down the price of oil. And that's something that would get President Putin's attention, because he's clearly a man that is not persuaded by words.
Well,
he will be persuaded by events and actions and economic factors.
let me pick that up briefly. I believe you've argued that it was U.S. and European action that stopped a Russian invasion. I'm not sure that's an exact quote, but I've seen something of that sort. Is that true? If so, what is it we did? And the reason I'm asking that is, what do we do in the short term? I agree with you on the energy issues, but what do we do in the next month or two in the West in this situation with a new Ukrainian president? What specific actions are most important?
I think what prevented the wholesale invasion of eastern and southern Ukraine were a number of factors. First of all, the failure of the putschs in Odessa, in Mykolaiv, in Zaporozhye, in Dnipropetrovsk. That was the most important factor. Secondly, the fact that the Russian army is still, to a large degree, a conscript army. And the rotation ended. And so the readiness of Russian forces has just dropped. And they need to train up new recruits. And thirdly, also, I think the threat of the third stage of sanctions. What we should do is also another thing under our control, which is to help Ukraine. I believe Ukraine now has a window of 3 to 4 months before the forces are ready again. And she needs to rebuild its army, she needs to rebuild its internal security apparatus, and the new president has the authority to do that, and we could help on the margin.
Let me turn to you on that, Steve. Yep. Let's get as specific as we can. And this will also come back to you, Minister Sikorski. Has the U.S. done enough? The $1 billion announced this week, you've seen all the various reporting of it and questions about it, positive and negative. You've seen the Poles, Estonians, Minister Sikorski himself asking for forward basing of NATO troops. You've seen calls for more aid, military aid, lethal aid, different sorts of aid for Ukraine. Are we, or is the United States, is the West doing enough?
Well, I want to start there. I think you can't ask it in terms of, is the United States doing enough?
Yeah.
The question is the United States and the EU and NATO collectively doing enough to deal with this problem? And the answer to that, I think, is clearly no. What are the kinds of things we need to be doing more? One is, I think we're doing a terrible job pushing back on the lies that Putin, I mean, he gets away with murder. You know, this call that I was told about to get foreign mercenaries out of Ukraine. I mean, this is laughable. The agents of influence that are in Ukraine are Russian, not Western. So we're letting him get away with this narrative, and that's partly we have to have our national leaders, Europe and the United States, calling out publicly Putin for these lies. And then we need to relook the whole issue about Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, the information campaign. Because if it's back to an ideological struggle, that was one of the biggest tools we had in the last ideological struggle. So we've got to get truth out. Secondly, yes, we have to do the issues about sanctions. The problem is, I think because of Iran and other things, we've fallen in love with sanctions as a silver bullet. And my worry is if we put in sanctions, we think we've solved the problem. And we are going to be with this for a long time. Putin thinks he's going to be there for a long time and have a long-term strategy. And if we do not do now, starting today, the things that will change the strategic landscape over time, we will have recurrent crises. So we got to handle this first one and deter and prevent further crises. So the TTIP, binding Europe and America together in a trade union. And
the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership is a geostrategic move.
It is a geostrategic move. What we've talked about on energy, alternative ways of getting energy to Europe that are not dependent on Russia. Yes, we have to, I think, shore up the American presence. We can do it in a way that is smart. But if we do not, and we have to then show that the door is open to Europe, to the countries in the East. We need to, I would not be talking about questions, I mean, we can say the door is open and EU membership and NATO membership, that's too long. What we need to be doing right now is the economic assistance to Ukraine the minister talked about. And I think we need to be helping these countries shore up their defenses, their ability to defend themselves. Not that they could defend themselves alone against the weight of the Russian army, but you can show to Putin that if he goes in, he will pay a cost that is not worth it and will raise a question in the Russians' mind about what he's doing. So my point is, yes, do sanctions. Let's get the information campaign, and then let's do these longer-term things that will change the strategic calculus and will deter future activity by Putin in the future. And my worry is we'll spend all of our effort on the sanctions, and we'll never really quite get the sanctions that people think were in order. And we will not do these more strategic things that will really, in the long term, defeat Putin's strategy. Because that's what we need to do. We need to defeat him in the long term with a strategy that he has.
Thank you, Steve. Minister Sikorski, perhaps you can drill down on two specifics. The forward basing issue. The formulation this week was persistent presence, enduring presence, but not the permanent bases that I think you've called for, President Ilves, others have called for. I talked to a senior administration official, and he said, look, if you look at the way Russia is threatening, it's not a base that answers that, it's something else. You know the arguments. So on that question, but also the military aid, lethal aid for Ukraine. Are you satisfied? How do you feel about the response on those issues?
Well, we're not hung up on the word permanent because nothing is permanent in the world. But we are just at a loss to understand why it's all right to have bases in Germany, in Britain, in Spain, in Italy, in Turkey, and not in Poland. Who are the 55 remaining American troops in Germany defending Germany against? I assure you that Poland is no threat. And I don't think Denmark wants to attack Germany either. I don't know about the French. But I assume not.
Minister Sikorski, a lot of Germans will sleep better tonight after that statement.
And here we have a philosophical problem. Namely, some people across countries think that putting in military capability on the territory of new member states provokes. Now, we think that Ukraine yet again proves that what provokes a bully is not strength, but weakness. If you don't fight back, he will take more. If you draw a line, he will stop. And therefore, the forced posture from the Cold War is anachronistic and needs to be addressed again. And the last 15 years were years of illusion, of postmodernist nirvana. Russia and us marching towards highlands of a brave new world, and now we're back in history, and we just need to correct some of those things, particularly if we are still serious about NATO enlargement. There is some talk in Wales about enlargement. We have to make the security guarantees that are already outstanding credible before we extend them further. Because President Putin has proven that he will test them. And as Stephen says, if he tests them and they fail, then NATO is over. And that will affect everyone.
Thank you for that clear answer. One comment from Steve, and then I'll turn to the audience.
Again, I worry that we will spend all our time in a debate about NATO enlargement when and whom, EU enlargement when and whom, which I think we need to do, but we will not do two things in the short run. One, U.S. forces, I was talking to Jim Miller and Walt Slocum about this, you could put pre-position equipment in Poland, you can have a small standard presence, a battalion-sized presence, and then rotate forces through. You don't need to put dependence in Poland, but that kind of formulation, pre-position, a small force that is permanent and then rotated in, that will work. Secondly, in terms of strengthening defense capacities of countries, particularly Ukraine, it's not just arms, though I think arms we should do. But there are people here in the conference who have talked about what the Yanukovych administration did to the army. There's no professional army that is reliable and loyal. The number of troops that the government can rely on is, probably less than 10,000, I'm told. So don't think just by arming we've solved the problem. It has to be a long-term program of strengthening the capacity of this country to build an army that is effective and loyal and can help defend its people.
As I turn to the audience, there is also a historical analogy here. Any of you who have not read Berlin 1961, I commend it to you. But a relatively small number of soldiers in West Berlin were hostage to our intent and kept the city free for a very long period of time. And so I think anyone looking at that history might say, I might want to have a few of those troops on my territory. Questions, and I'll see if I can see you. Walt Slocum, and then I see 2 or 3 questions already, please. And wait for the microphone to come to you, too.
Thanks. First of all, is this on? Yeah. First of all, thank you for 2 terrific presentations, and Fred for sharp questions. Copies of Berlin 1961 will be available in the lobby at a very modest markup over the normal retail price. My question is, and it goes back to something Senator McCain said yesterday, Russia is going to be there for a very long time. And what do you see as not only the long-term relationship we need with Russia, which is not, at least in any short term, going to become a part of the West in a normal sense, but is going to be there, and how do we get there? What's your long-term vision for a stable relationship with a Russia which is not another Poland?
I would say 3 things. I have not given up the vision of a Europe whole, free, and at peace in which Russia finds its peaceful place. So I'm not prepared at this point to declare Putin an adversary or an enemy and to call for neo-containment. I think we need to do all the things we've talked about up here to strengthen our position. And I would do it in such a way so that the door will be open to a different kind of Russia that wants to return to be part of the Western consensus. And I think leaving that, so you have a back door for TTIP that allows other countries to join, Turkey, and ultimately, we would hope, Russia. Same thing. You ultimately bring Ukraine into the EU in a way that does not require it to sever its trade ties and historical ties to Russia. But it's also important for the Russian people, for those people who want a democratic future for Russia after Putin. It is important that we leave the door open to give hope to those people, because I don't think Russia is permanently lost. At least I hope not.
Look, Putin feels that the West has put pressure on Russia, countered Russia at every turn. We feel we've gone out of our way to include Russia. You know, under Clinton administration, huge financial assistance to Russia, various assistance with disarmament programs, making the nuclear stuff safe. And institutionally, Russia joined the Council of Europe. We negotiated long and hard and encouraged Russia to join the WTO. Poland actually supported Russia joining OECD. We have a partnership and cooperation agreement, a kind of framework one. There is a process which Russia has dropped of negotiating with Russia the kind of agreement we have with Ukraine. It's called PCA2. Putting the relationship, commercial relationship, and to do with standards, with dispute resolution procedures, and on a firm treaty legal basis, so that we have a stable commercial relationship and more with a very important country. And I still think we were hoping it would happen even under President Putin. I wouldn't go so far as to hint, like you, at regime change, because I think that's unhelpful. That sort of closes the door. It was President Putin who had the opportunity to take Russia in the right direction, as we see it. And I still, he could just about still do it if he turned around.
Thank you. Marcin Zaborowski.
Agree with that.
Right here, sorry. And thanks again for our great partnership, Marcin.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. Well, I hear a lot of news on how the West is being galvanized here over this issue. I'm just wondering whether the West at the same time is not very alone. When we look into the vote at the UN on the Crimea resolution, we saw India, Brazil abstaining, we saw Argentina, Mexico abstaining, and we saw Israel not showing up. What does it tell us?
Mr. Sikorski.
Well, it was still the most overwhelming vote censoring a major country that I can remember. But yes, in relations to big powers like Russia, countries hedge. Nothing new in the world.
Thank you. Let me pick up, too. There's a question on the aisle right there. Sorry. And then the question from my journalistic friend who moderated such a great panel right here after him, please.
My name is Yevhen Lubovitsky. I'm from Kiev. I'm part of the Nestor group, which is the independent group of experts that was trying to use the time of Zastoy of Yanukovych to design the long-term vision for Ukraine. And my question to you is, considering that we will have to reintroduce Ukraine to the West, because that's a new Ukraine that's defined its priorities, what would be your assessment of the possible role of Ukraine in the new world? What should Ukraine bring to the table? What should Ukraine's role be in the region? Is that going to be something like Turkey's role in the Muslim world, or is that going to be some other role in a post-Soviet world? What is the type of input that you would like to have from Ukraine in the partnership that's fulfilling?
And let me pick up one more question. Thank you.
There is broader consensus between Europe and America what should be done towards Ukraine. Let me ask a simple question. What should the US and Europe not do in Ukraine and leave to the Ukrainian people, a proud nation, to do themselves? Because clearly there are limits of Europe and America doing something. I always wonder what we should not do, quote, impose on the Ukrainians. What is their duty to do?
Okay, so let's start with you, Minister Sikorski, particularly the question of what role Ukraine plays in the region. And looking at the historical situation, is this situation just a lot harder than it was when Poland had to make its transition, partly because of the determination of the opponent, the relative weakness of the West, and the problems internally in Ukraine. So reintroducing Ukraine, and I think there's the other questions related to that, which is what do the Ukrainians have to do themselves?
Yes, we had it easier because we were dealing with Yeltsin's Russia, and Russia was not trying to stop our economic reforms. But Ukraine has it easier in the sense that we were in 1989 bankrupt. We were in default. Ukraine is not in default. It's very close to it, but it's been saved at the last minute by the IMF, and I understand the agreed package of reforms is being implemented, and therefore Ukraine will get a second tranche next month. And that's real money. First tranche was, as I understand, 2.5 or 3 billion. The second one, about the same. All we had was 1 billion zloty stabilization fund from the US, on which we didn't draw. So actually we had nothing. And we had hyperinflation. We had 800% inflation in 1990. Whereas in Ukraine, it's not quite single digits, but certainly not hyperinflation. And the things that Ukraine needs to do are pretty basic. You know, if you stop wasting 7% of your GDP on energy subsidies to waste energy on a heroic scale, you immediately have a source of funds to start fixing other parts of your economy and of your state. Now, what Ukraine needs, what role Ukraine should play? This is tricky because I will tell you that the way we saw it, Ukraine was overplaying its hand under successive governments. Because Ukraine had the illusion that because the West was vying for it and Russia was vying for it, everybody came and, you know, Mr. Yanukovych, please, please release Yulia and all that. The impression in Kiev was that you are a great power and the world was focused on you. Actually, what you were doing was wasting time. You thought that you were somehow choosing a third way between Russia and the West and playing this sophisticated geopolitical game. Whereas actually you were wasting time and allowing your country to stagnate. In Poland, we have a saying, the third way leads to the third world. And your successive leaders were trying to maintain an oligarchy kleptocracy based on the Russian model, but without the oil and gas. And that's proven undoable. And you now need to embrace the Western model and create a competitive, demonopolized society in which people can do business other than extracting oil and gas and coal and all those heavy industries. You need a decade to fix your country because Yanukovych has literally destroyed basic functions of the state and also taken a huge chunk. He was stealing so much that he undermined the functions of the state, right? And it'll take you a decade to rebuild it. And the best thing that you can do is to show that it can be done. That even in a post-Soviet country with all the regional differences, with an entrenched oligarchical system, with rampant corruption, with a hostile neighbor, it can be done. And that would be a great example for other nations in the post-Soviet world to follow, and that would gain you a great deal of authority and soft power. But really, all the work is now done domestically. I wouldn't, you need to rebuild your strength before you can play an international role.
Wonderful answer. Steve, in picking up these questions, also deal with the idea that Dr. Brzezinski has been promoting for some time, which is the Finlandization approach.
For 2 decades, the West tried to help Ukraine, but Ukraine was not willing to help itself. And you're reaping the whirlwind of 2 decades of failed leadership. So you've got to do it. We can help, but you've got to do it. And I would say tend to your knitting. If you can do it, as Mr. Sikorski says, it will be, that's the most important contribution you can make. I think labels are the enemy in dealing with this problem. Because when you say Finlandization or containment or Russia as adversary, there's a whole lot of baggage that comes in. So I would stay away from the labels. And I think I would pick up another of Dr. Brzezinski's points. We have the tools, the United States and Europe together, to deal with Putin and his gambit. We are much stronger than he, much weaker. The question is whether we have the wisdom and the will. I think we will, and as Dr. Brzezinski said last night, I think we will succeed. And thirdly, I would avoid the label, but what we need to do is tend to our knitting, move forward on our vision for Europe, whole, free, and at peace, do all the things we've talked about here, while leaving the door open to Russia, not redividing Europe, not unnecessarily isolating Russia. And I think we can do that, and I would hope that Putin would change his mind. I've spent a lot of time dealing with Putin, and I fear we've lost him. And so I would leave the door open, whether for Putin or for whatever that comes after Putin. But I think we focus on the prescription of what we do and watch out for the labels.
I have one particularly persistent questioner. And so we're going to take one question. This is going to be a 3-minute exchange. And then the last thing we want to do is tread on the Ann Applebaum panel that will follow this one.
I'm the persistent questionnaire, Andromeda Rhodes College. This is actually directed at Steve. And I don't want to sound testy, but I've heard over and over again, not just here, but various venues, about how we must deter, how we must finally send a message, how we must do all these grand things. And then I look at Europe where everybody's cutting their own deals. I hear ringing rhetoric, and I heard a great speech by the president in Warsaw, which to me should be the first step in a series of actions, very specific actions. So I'd like to ask you specifically, brass tacks, what do we do? A Russian Duma parliamentarian, when the crisis started and we started talking about sanctions, said something to the effect, they talk, and then they stop. Why can't Minister Sikorski simply point his question at his allies in Europe and say, we need bases here because it is a concrete deterrent to any potential Russian aggression? And instead I hear we're going to do rotational this, we maybe do that, maybe we'll do some training, but et cetera, et cetera. Can't we finally recognize what is happening and respond in a direct way and tell Putin what the West is going to do?
And I'll point it to that part of it. Should we be doing the bases, break the 1997 agreement, or do you
agree? We can do
with
bases without breaking the 1997.
Well, right. The language of the agreement has already been abrogated.
Well, no.
But why don't you both? Why don't you both deal with
Look, I think actually one of the great things about the last 2 days is the list is pretty clear. We've got to step up an information campaign, as we did last go-round when we had ideological struggle. We've got to do more serious sanctions. We've got to shore up our military presence here. We ought to put the kind of rotational presence I talked in Poland, which would be adequate to send the message that needs to be sent. We've got to help the countries in NATO and Ukraine and Georgia build up their own defense capacity to increase the cost of Putin if there's an invasion. We've got to do TTIP. We've got to have a new energy strategy. We've got to keep the door open to EU accession and NATO membership down the road. And the interim, do the things that are necessary to get these countries to succeed in providing good governance, economic reform, and security to their people. It's a long list. We should be doing it anyway. It's our vision about a Europe whole, free, and at peace, in which Russia finds its peaceful place. Let's get on with it. We somehow stopped in the middle of the last decade. Let's get going. And that's the message I take from this conference, and it's a good message.
I think that's absolutely terrific, and I agree with everything. I think a lot of people, the forward basing point, would you support it or not?
Yes, and I would do it the way we talked about, which is pre-position equipment, a small babysitting force for that equipment, and then rotational presence in. That's the smart way to do it. We don't need to go back to the Cold War model of large footprints and big families coming to live in Europe. We don't need to do it. We can accomplish our objectives in a smarter way. And oddly enough, that is technically not in violation of the understandings between Russia and NATO, though heaven knows he's violated them enough. We should feel free to do so if we need to, but we don't need to. And therefore, we can do it, send the message, and still leave that door open to a changed Russian policy, which we both agreed I think we need to do.
Sorry, final word, Minister Sikorski.
We'll take whatever.
Thank you for that. One thing I said before is that one day I predict every one of you in this audience will look back at this Wrocław Global Forum and remember that we came together at one of those great moments in history when leaders either made the right decisions or the wrong decisions, and a generation would end up either reaping the profit or paying for the consequences. It's so inspiring to have a leader like Minister Sikorski at this moment in history. It's wonderful, Steve, to still have your voice as such a powerful voice in the transatlantic world and your leadership at the Atlantic Council. Please stay in your seats. We're going to get off the stage as quickly as we can to make way for the other panel, which will again be dealing with the facts, what we can do factually, and really focusing on the soft power elements of all of this. So thank you very much to Minister Sikorski and Steve Hadley.
Thank you. Great being with you.
Welcome to the stage, Pulitzer Prize-winning author Anne Applebaum. Szanowni Państwo, powitajmy na scenie laureatkę Nagrody Pulitzera, panią Anne Applebaum.
Proszę bardzo. Let people move around for a bit, yeah. I would have had a break.
Your mic.
Okay. You want me to start? Right, I'm being firmly instructed to start, which I think means people need to slowly sit down if you aren't going to distract my distinguished panelists from their thoughts. Right, so good morning. I'm following up on a strategic panel with a panel which talks, narrows down on another piece of strategy. So I think probably over the last 2 days, you've heard quite a lot about how we should be thinking in the long term about Europe, what's Russia's place in Europe, what's the role of the military now in the wake of events in Crimea, what's the, how we should be thinking differently about energy in Europe. Those are all the kind of elements of hard power, economic power. But actually, as Steve Hadley said on the last panel, there's a third piece of long-term strategic thinking about Europe, and particularly about Europe to the east of the European Union, which is I actually don't like the word soft power very much, because it reminds me of bad books that become bestsellers. But the non-military piece, the media piece, the translation of our message story, maybe that's the right term. One of the very unusual things about Putin's war on Ukraine has been its non-traditional aspects. So in some way, there's the unconventional use of the military, but also a propaganda war of a kind that we haven't seen for a generation and maybe ever. My Russian friends tell me that Russian television now, to them, is nothing like what it was in the Soviet period. It's very slick, it's very sophisticated, it comes in different forms on different channels, but the messages are all very, very well and very carefully crafted, and in many cases deeply dishonest. This is a kind of assault on reality in a way, and on the truth, and on the way that the world works, that we haven't really seen before and we haven't really thought about before. It's not like we're not dealing anymore with boring Soviet television and combine harvesters and statistics about grain production and so on. We're dealing with a very sophisticated modern media that looks very much like our media in some ways, but is telling a very dishonest story. To discuss that particular problem and how the West can think about it, how Europe can think about it, how the United States can think about it, I have two of actually the most distinguished people you could find to discuss this. On the far left, not politically, but geographically on the stage, is David Enser, who was a reporter for ABC News and CNN in the past. Says that for this panel, the most relevant thing about him is that he was twice locked up in Wrocław during martial law in Poland, and detained in some cellar somewhere near here, and had his cameras smashed and was eventually set free. He right now is director of the Voice of America, but interestingly, and this is one of the things I want to ask him about, was also in charge of creating a broadcasting strategy for Afghanistan in the first days after the Afghan war. So he's thought quite a lot about how to recreate broadcasting, or how to make messages and how to make even truth-telling work in very difficult conflict-ridden situations. In the middle, again, not politically, is Tom Malinowski, who says that for the purposes of this panel, the really important thing is that he was born in Słupsk. He has had also a number of distinguished roles, most notably as the Washington Director of Human Rights Watch. He is now Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Labor, and Human Rights in the U.S. government. So we're very pleased to have both of them here today. And I will start with Tom. We were talking at breakfast about this new kind of Russian media, the new kind of propaganda, and new ways to think about it. And you began sketching out for me a role for the United States, or really but a role for the United States and Europe and for the West in general. How should we be thinking about this now? What are our options in terms of what could we do next?
Sure. Let me try to frame how I think of it, and then get to the specifics, of which media is one, but only one of the areas where we need to be active. First of all, I've been struck by the extent to which everybody is emphasizing the military side of the challenge in the last few days, not just here, but in all the discussions we've been having around Europe. And on the one hand, that is understandable. It is appropriate, given the stakes, given the threat, given the history. And the United States will do what it takes, as President Obama made clear on that square in Warsaw and in all of his discussions with leaders here in Europe this week. I think the most robust description I've heard from an American president of what Article 5 of NATO means, I heard from President Obama on Wednesday in Warsaw. But that said, we need to acknowledge that the military side of this, ironically, is playing defense. All that is about is defending the space in Europe that is still free. It is not the way in which we are going to win what Radek Sikorski appropriately described as a contest of ideas, which we have to win, we have to want to win. How do we do that? I think we need to go to the heart of the problem, to the heart of the drama. And for me, this drama didn't actually begin in Ukraine or in the Maidan. It began on Bolotnaya Square in Moscow 3 years ago, when we had this extraordinary mass movement of ordinary Russians challenging the increasingly authoritarian regime in the Kremlin, which produced an extremely harsh, brutal, and to some extent paranoid response on the part of Putin, who imagined that this was all part of a Western, in a sense, soft power conspiracy, promoted in all kinds of ways. And then when the Maidan happened in Ukraine, the example of something like that succeeding in Russia's neighboring country was too much to bear, and so we have the drama that we have today. So how do we get at that heart of the problem? I think number one, we have got to step up, and we will be stepping up our efforts to provide a lifeline to those who share our values in the region, including inside Russia itself. And sadly, a lot of that work of helping civil society, of helping independent media, of partnering with, expressing solidarity with Russians who are trying to bring a different kind of day in Russia will have to be done outside of Russia, because a lot of people are leaving. They are fleeing the climate of increasing repression inside the country. And so we are working with folks with Russians in Estonia, in Lithuania, in Kiev, in Poland, who are continuing this very, very brave work, which ultimately has to win for this struggle to be successful. Two is the counter-propaganda, which we'll talk more about with David. And there's a lot I think we can do there. There's a lot that we are thinking about and beginning to do. I would just stress that this is a long-term effort. We cannot do what Putin does. We should not do what Putin does. President Obama is not going to be giving out 300 medals to journalists for defending the interests of the state, as Putin recently did. So what we do is by definition going to be less organized and slower, but I think ultimately will be much more effective. And then three, something that I haven't heard a lot about in these discussions, I think we need to focus a lot more on what I think is Putin's #1 domestic political weakness, and that is corruption. The one issue that unites virtually everybody in Russia and Ukraine, whether they are on the nationalist or liberal side, against the status quo is this sense of a state that steals from the wealth of the nation and deposits that wealth in foreign countries. And we haven't done a good enough job of that. We've done, I think, a very good job in helping the Ukrainian government, for example, begin to recover assets that were stolen by Yanukovych. But in a sense, what we've done again and again and again through our asset recovery, anti-corruption sanctions work, is we've sort of imposed a departure tax on leaders who are being overthrown. We haven't done as good a job using these mechanisms with respect to countries where a leader like that is still in power. And so through a whole range of efforts, through assistance to civil society in these countries to expose the problem, information sharing between the United States and European allies, and a more concerted effort, not just through our foreign ministries, but our finance and justice ministries, to crack down on the flow of illicit funds, the proceeds of corruption and of abuse of power in the East to our financial systems. In the long run, that's the way to play offense, and I see that also as a form of soft power.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tom. I agree very much with your point about corruption. I know we'll pick up the other points as well. My experience is that this small but committed group of Russians in Moscow who really do oppose the status quo, one of their main critiques of the West, and this is of both of Europe and the United States, is that how can you show us any leadership? How can you even pretend to give us any direction when you are laundering our oligarchs' money and our oligarchs are sending their children to your schools and they are buying houses in Hyde Park and in Manhattan? What kind of moral leadership is that? I mean, it probably is the main element that undermines any Western claim to leadership in that part of the world. We'll go back to that. I wanted David, it will sound odd to take lessons from Afghanistan for Europe, very odd. But David created really from scratch a communication strategy in Afghanistan. Can you talk a little bit about that and how some lessons from there apply here, or what did we learn from trying to do that 6 or 7 years ago?
You know, the term nation building is fraught, and people don't like to use it.
It's like soft power, yeah.
Right, one of those. And yet, let's be honest, there's nation building needed in a lot of places. And we want strong nations that we can be allied with and be helpful to. In Afghanistan, the project, well, a couple of the things that we did that we thought were helpful. For example, we funded the State Department funded, and I worked for it, a television series, a reality television series about the Afghan army. And basically we profiled young recruits from different tribes who arrived in their civies, which looked very different from each other, who clearly didn't like each other very much. And it's an old story. You see them getting haircuts, getting uniforms, training in trenches together and becoming bosom buddies. And before long, there's an army, a national army. Ukraine's going to need one of those too. And it's going to need to have Russian speakers in it as well as Ukrainian speakers. So I think that Ukraine needs, and whether we help them or not, needs to have some heroes and build some sense of pride in the sort of talismans, the items that you need to be a nation. You need a strong army. You need to end corruption. You need to reduce corruption. You need to be fighting corruption. You need a police force to do that. Another thing we did in Afghanistan was a completely fictional series on television about sort of a cop show in which for Afghans, unique concept was presented that policemen might solve crimes and that they might actually be against bad guys and for good guys. This was something new for Afghanistan. And you know, the show was aimed at teenagers. But that's where it needed to be aimed. That's where the bulk of the population is. That's where the demographic bulge is. And that's the future. So it was getting those kids into schools, getting them educated. And by the way, over the, whatever it is, 10, 15 years that more than 50 countries have had troops in Afghanistan, there have been 70% of the school-age kids have been in school, and 30% of those were female. That's the kind of change that even if the Taliban does take back parts of the South and become more of a player as troops draw down, can't be gotten rid of. That's change here that I believe has staying power. So it's looking for ways to help Ukraine, I suppose if we're talking about Ukraine, to build a nation, to build the institutions, and to have pride in them. And there's definitely a soft power, I don't know what phrase we should be using here, piece of that.
You're talking about media.
I'm talking about media. Another thing that we certainly tried to do was encourage free media in Afghanistan. And Voice of America and Radio Free Europe try to do the same in many countries and would like to try to up our game now in Ukraine, which is where I'm going after I leave here. We already have relationships with a number of the television and radio stations in Ukraine. We have programming on them. We do training, and we try to kind of help them build their confidence and their abilities. And we do programming that, well, you were talking about corruption. You know, we have a corruption correspondent at Voice of America. And when he's not doing stories about corruption around the world, he does simple stories about a mayor on trial in some state somewhere. What does a society with the rule of law do with a corrupt mayor? This is what we do, and we just show that. It's very powerful. So I think there's a big role now, an important role that we can play to assist.
So the question about media is, so I know that I even discovered this morning, there are now several projects afoot to help fund or seed or begin or inspire better Russian language television in the region, and whether it's going to be based in the Baltic states or whether it's going to be based in Kiev. You know, the idea is that because Russian television is so slick and watchable, it's more attractive than anything else that's available to Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine and even in Estonia and Latvia. The question is really for both of you, what's the best model? Is it a Voice of America type model with, I don't know, European or American funding for a new television station? Is it private TV? What would you like to see? What do you think would work best in this current atmosphere, given what we know about the, you know, Ukrainian television is already right now very politicized, and different power groups own different stations, including the president, the new president.
There's such great needs in this area for Ukraine and for other parts of the world that we're talking about that we probably need both. I mean, I'm a federal official now, but I spent 32 years in the private media, and I fundamentally believe that the first and most important answer is private. A Russian language television station that was commercially successful, that had popular entertainment programming on it, that could show the World Cup and have sports events that people want to watch on it, and sure, advertising to support that, and then some news programming that was honest, that had the goals of accuracy and objectivity and comprehensiveness that the Voice of America Charter has, would be the ticket, I think, and badly needed. I worry about, and I know a lot of people do, about the loyalty of the Russian minorities in countries like Latvia, where I think is it 42% of the population are Russian origin, and what are they watching right now? As far as I know, it's Kremlin television. I think the Baltic states need to look closely at ways to reach out to embrace their Russian minorities and welcome them as Baltic citizens. And you can do that with Russian language television, for example. So there are a lot of different ways of putting this together, and there are a lot of discussions going on about that right now, as I'm sure you know. I'm going to Kiev to see what the Ukrainians think, because I think that's a key part of this.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Tom? I know you've thought about this too.
Yeah, the basic idea here is that there's a huge demand among people in, I guess we can call them the peripheral states, from the Baltics down to Moldova, Ukraine, Crimea, for independent Russian language broadcasting that's honest and hard-hitting, that provides both news and, I think most people say, entertainment as well, to draw in a large audience. And there is unfortunately also a growing supply of independent Russian journalists who may not have a job to go to because of the crackdown inside Russia. And so part of, I think, of what we need to do is to marry that supply and that demand, but then to let those people decide the best way to do it. And I think there will be room for both. My sense is that probably the greater demand will be for private independent broadcasting, because that will be more credible. By definition, if it's independent, we're not going to be able to just create it and make it happen. It has to happen organically, but with assistance, collaboration with the United States, other European countries playing a kind of convening, facilitating role, helping to find private financing if that's what's needed. And it's going to take time, but I think we can do it. We know how to do it. We've done it before.
Yeah, I think a piece,
and,
yeah, sorry.
You know, what comes out of this effort will, I think, be far more powerful in the long run than what we're countering.
So I think a piece of this is probably also, and I talked to people about this in Kiev when I was there, is also a decent media law, a set of media laws and regulations in Ukraine to make sure that there's an even playing field, to make sure that you know, there are laws about percentage of ownership of the media and so on, which we are used to in the West. One of the oddities, I've worked on this myself in the last couple of years, we in the West very often tend to say, right, we believe in free press, free media, and we go around the world and evangelize about this, and we fail to acknowledge what kinds of, we don't recognize and don't think about the kinds of regulation that the media is subjected to at home, whether it's libel law or you know, various laws governing hate speech, or whether it's laws governing percentage of ownership of media. You know, we're used to all those things, and we often fail to explain that that's part of what makes a healthy media is a decent set of regulations for it to live within. And you know, I found, I went to Libya a few years ago and found that Libyans thought that free media meant anybody could say whatever they wanted, even if it was a lie, and even if it was libelous. And it's often, I think, important for Westerners talking about this to remember what our own system really is and not what we imagine it to be. But
yeah, can I also say that we are doing things now? I mean, that the Voice of America and Radio Free Europe are doing things now that I think are small, that we need to be doing more. But we've responded quickly to the situation. Before the Crimea happened, Voice of America had about a 9% share of Ukrainians who would hear or see or read something from Voice of America each week. Now it's up to 18 and climbing pretty fast. With some help from our friends at the State Department, we've got a small program now going in Russian done by Ukrainians. So every day there's some news on the air, on television stations in eastern Ukraine from the Voice of America in Russian, but prepared by Ukrainians. So it's a small thing, but it's the kind of thing that we were able to do quickly, and I'd like to see us build on. Radio Free Europe has a lot of very creative ideas, and one of the things that they're working hard on is sort of instantaneous response to lies. Quick response. What's the lie of the day?
There have been some good Twitter and online websites set up to deal with that as well. Yeah.
So we're doing things now in the short term. I do think that the West needs to get back into this business in a serious manner, which costs money. Sorry, you know, budgets are needed. We're on a very tight budget. You know, the United States, obviously, the federal budget is very challenged and has been cut. But this is, I think, Americans underrate the power of this thing that we aren't going to call soft power. You know, we used to be very good at it, and we should take it more seriously than we do. Voice of America reaches 164 million people a week right now, and it has enormous influence. A quarter of the population of Iran watches at least one VOA show each week on television. This is not negligible.
No, it's also true that retrospectively, when you look at the Cold War and what was done during the Cold War and what the West did during the Cold War, really almost the only, you know, the only soft power tactic you can point to that was ever of any effect at all were the radio stations.
But even that, we forget how long it took. There was, I sort of went back and read up on this history before the conference, and there was a famous conference in Wrocław in 1948. It was called the World Conference of Intellectuals, I think. And
I wrote about it.
Pablo Picasso and Aldous Huxley and all of these intellectuals from the West came here. It was, of course, a Soviet-sponsored conference, which launched a propaganda campaign which went on for years. Millions of signatures signed in Western European countries on petitions, as well as in the United States, calling for peace. It sounded very nice, but it was the Soviet propaganda campaign at the time. And I think at the time, people felt that the Soviet Union was winning the propaganda war in 1947, and in 1948, and in 1949, and in 1950. And what we were doing was extremely clumsy for years until we learned over time to get it right. Without barely lifting a finger, we're ahead of where we were at the beginning of the Cold War. I mean, the only people who Putin is appealing to in Western Europe are far right-wing crypto-fascist parties.
Although there are a lot more than there used to be, but yes.
So, you know, I think we need to approach this with an understanding that we have to have a little bit of patience, but also with a great deal of confidence in terms of our abilities, our tools, and the attractiveness of the ideas that we have to promote.
One other thing, you know, okay, I've been a journalist, so I'm biased. I've been a journalist all my life, but the thing that works at Voice of America is the charter, which says that the Congress passed in 1976, President Ford signed, that said we are supposed to try to be accurate, objective, comprehensive, and so forth. That's what works. If Congress were to decide to tell Voice of America, for example, you know, make everything you say on the air be in conformity with U.S. foreign policy, that would not be good. That would not help our credibility, and credibility is the coin of the realm. It's because we have the confidence in freedom of speech and in the First Amendment of the American Constitution that we are such an influential broadcaster, and that the United States has respect when it has it around the world. So I don't think propaganda is what's called for here. I think we try to be in the truth business, and that's why we'll have an audience.
People listen to Radio Free Europe in the past, not to hear American propaganda, but in order to find out what was really going on in their own countries. That was its function.
Right, and to listen to jazz.
And to listen to jazz, indeed. Tom, could you return to your corruption point? Because this is I mean, maybe it's particularly because I spend a lot of time in London at the moment, and it's a particularly clear problem there. That it's very hard for the British government, or indeed any European government, to be critical of Putin or even to be critical of the Russian system, leaving aside personalities and Russian corruption, when there are such clear benefits to the City of London from that corruption. It's a less dramatic problem in the United States because the numbers are smaller. Right. But certainly in London, certainly in Germany, certainly in the south of France, I mean, certainly in particular ski resorts in the Swiss Alps, you see the Russian money, you see that the Russians are welcomed there with open arms. And by Russians, I don't mean Russian tourists, I mean very, very rich Russian oligarchs. I'm happy for Russian tourists to go skiing. But from within the U.S. government, what kind of influence do you have over that particular problem? Have you thought about how to solve it? How do we begin talking about it?
We've thought a great deal about it, actually. This is not just me. I'm speaking for my colleagues in suggesting that this is a big part of the long-term challenge that we face, and we're having a lot of conversations about how to hone a variety of tools, most of which we already have, but many of which we haven't used quite as assertively as we might, to address that problem, not just in Russia, but around the world. Because, I mean, I see this as the person in charge of our human rights and democracy diplomacy as in some ways the root of most authoritarian challenges that we face. Russia is not unique in this sense. And also the thing that is the hardest thing for most authoritarian dictators to defend. It's easy for Putin to rally 85% of his people in a patriotic campaign to retake Crimea. It's relatively easy for him, at least in the short term, to rally at least some of his people against the United States and Western Europe championing human rights in Russia, which he can frame as an alien Western agenda. It's about gay rights, et cetera, et cetera. It's much harder for him to rally public support against a campaign to stop Russian oligarchs from looting the state and putting their money into property in the French Riviera. So just emphasizing that rhetorically, I think, gives us more of an advantage. In terms of what we can do, if we'd been having this conversation a year or two ago, somebody might have said, if you're really serious about Russian corruption, you should sanction people like Sechin and Yakunin and the Rotenbergs and all these people.
And people were saying that a year ago.
And as a U.S. official, I might have been a little uncomfortable. I probably wouldn't have been able to say very much, and it would have sounded rather unrealistic. And thanks to Putin, in a sense, as Minister Sikorski was suggesting, we now have done all those things. And with that comes a whole large bureaucracy of people who are, again, not in the State Department, but in the law enforcement branches of our government, whose job is to track the wealth of those people, to figure out the shell companies that they're putting it into, to conduct what is really more a law enforcement than a foreign policy operation. And I think the challenge here is to try to move this more into that kind of mode of thinking, so that whether it's Russia or any other sort of authoritarian kleptocratic government, we can, when we must, carry on diplomatic relationships, but at the same time, the enforcement sides of our governments are talking to each other, cooperating, and doing their thing in terms of sending out notices to banks and conducting prosecutions where the evidence is available, gathering that information, which is there to be gathered, but we don't always make a priority of it, so that this happens at the same time. And in terms of London, I kind of like to make it easier for ordinary English people to be able to afford the rents in the City of London.
Yes.
So there's a side benefit.
We have a very short, this is a very short session, but I will take 1 or 2 questions or comments. Let's take 2 at once, and 2 or 3 at once, and then you all can answer which piece of it you would like. Why don't you say your name?
Fran Burwell from the Atlantic Council. 2 questions. In the democracy dialogue that we held just before the forum started, there was a lot of discussion about traditional versus social media as a way of getting the word out. And I sensed among that group a reluctance to rely entirely on social media and other new forms of media. So I'd like to hear a little bit from you two about that balance. Since obviously old media is somewhat more expensive, it seems. The other question, though, is the larger one. The previous panel talked about whether there was a way to move forward with a relationship with Russia over the long term, should the behavior of the government change. But in some discussions I've had recently with young Russians, I've been concerned with how quickly their worldview has changed so that they see the same things that happen as we do, but in an entirely different way. And I'm wondering how you feel about the way we have these contrasting, if we do develop contrasting visions of the world, what does that do to our ability to have a positive relationship over the long term?
Okay, let me take a couple more because there's only going to be time for 1 round. So there's a gentleman back there. I have blinding KGB lights in my eyes, so forgive me if I can't tell who you are. So.
Alan Riley, City University. I just wanted to follow up on what you're saying about the City of London, which I agree with you, but I also think there is an opportunity there. When you actually dig down into the details of the actual Russian commercial influence in London, it's actually relatively small, but I think the perception of its scale and impact actually influences British policymakers more than the reality. So I actually think there's a real opportunity to bear down on this sense that we can't do that much because of the city. Actually, the overall actual Russian footprint is relatively small. What I think also it leads to is another kind of British thing which is not talked about, and that is not much talked about, and this is all of the overseas territories, the Cayman Islands, the Bahamas, and so forth. I actually think it is there that you actually have the greatest, if you like, input, where you could do something and have an effect, and where there is a reluctance to act because of the relationship between the UK and the overseas territories. It is there where all the Russian money is stuffed away in the British Virgin Islands, the Caymans, and so forth, where we need to do something. And that's perhaps about an OECD, EU-US operation in relation to controlling offshore holdings, which we've been doing in the OECD anyhow, and we could do a lot more with. So it seems to me there are opportunities there, pressure points we could use. I'll stop there.
Let's do 1 more, sir. There's a woman back right here. Which microphone will get there first?
Beata Oczepka, University of Wrocław. Would you have any recommendations for European Union public diplomacy in Ukraine? I mean the EU as a whole, not the member states.
All right, so the three separate subjects. On the overseas territory issue, I saw some statistics recently that showed, I'm not going to remember it off the top, but something like 1/3 of the money generated in the city comes via these overseas territories, either legal fees or kickback, whatever, the fact of the overseas territories are an incredibly important part of why the City of London works. So I can imagine getting rid of them is very difficult. But I also agree with your point about perception. And it's not only a UK problem. German trade with Poland is larger than German trade with Russia. But because German trade with Russia involves 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 very, very large companies, including Siemens, Ruhrgas, and so on, they seem to have a disproportionate amount of influence over German foreign policy. I think it's an issue in a lot of countries that if you look at trade with this region, with Central Europe, even with Poland by itself, it's often larger or more important or more significant, but it tends to be medium-sized companies and at a different level, and it has less political influence. But David, why don't you go first? Pick whichever of those topics you'd like to answer.
Let me do social media versus the sort of old media, if you want. We do a lot of polling, and there's no question that even though social media is coming up fast, the way to reach the largest number of people is on the television in most countries, certainly in Ukraine. That said, in a place like Russia, where we're jammed and blocked and our licenses are stopped and all the rest of it, I mean, new media is fantastic. And social media is a fabulous way to reach out to young Russians. And we're doing that aggressively. And I'd like to see us do more. It's a way to, the great thing about it is it's a way to engage. It's a way to communicate, have a conversation, if you will. We have a show called Podelis, which is an online television show once a week, and the young Russian viewers tell us each week what they want it to be about the next week, and are very much engaged in it, and they're on the show on Skype and all the rest of it, and it's really kind of exciting, the kind of conversation you can have, not with a very large number of people, but with a very intelligent, interesting, and a good target audience, as we like to say. One that we think have influence in Russia going forward. So there's definitely a growing role for social media and for new media of various kinds. But if you want to get a lot of people now, today, television.
Tom, do you feel like dealing with the EU and its public diplomacy?
No.
No.
Important, but I don't know that world, so let me take your second question, Fran. I think one of the advantages of conceiving of this as a contest of ideas is that it then does not have to be a contest between the United States and Russia, between East and West. The ideas that I think most of us in this room are troubled by are held by some people in Russia, but also by many people in the West, as we have seen. The ideas that we are promoting are championed by many people in Russia. In fact, it is precisely because they are championed, the liberal idea of a state serving its citizens, rather than the other way around, precisely because that idea is championed by so many people in Russia that we have this crisis. Because that is what Putin is reacting to. That's what happened in 2011. That's what almost got him out of the Kremlin. So I think we need to hold on to that and to make this about a unifying campaign that brings people together across these artificial divides around a set of ideas that are shared by people very, very broadly. And then on back to the corruption point, again, I think it's an example of how this crisis has been a clarifying moment for many of us, for many of our governments. It has encouraged many of us to start thinking even more seriously and more urgently about things that we probably needed to do anyway, to make our own democracy stronger, more transparent. And in terms of the anti-corruption side and cleaning up the loopholes in our own financial systems, that's absolutely going to be hard. But we have a good reason to do it now, and I want us to seize on that moment and do it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think we'll end with that, and we'll end with the idea of unifying around a set of ideas, not around an individual country or political program, and I think that might be somewhere in there the beginning of the answer to the EU public diplomacy issue, as well as to European and American public diplomacy as well. Thank you very much. Thank you to my panelists.
Welcome to the stage, member of the Wall Street Journal's editorial board, Matt Kamiński. Szanowni Państwo, powitajmy na scenie pana Matta Kamińskiego, członka komitetu redakcyjnego Wall Street Journal.
Well, thank you for coming out for the last session. I've taken the liberty of following the protocol here of no ties as set by the Polish foreign minister. We're right on the news, which is the best phrase in my business. Today, President Poroshenko was inaugurated this morning at 10 o'clock in the Rada in Kiev. Apparently, Joe Biden made it just in time, coming in straight from the airport. He gave a speech both in Russian and in Ukrainian, saying that he wants to give Russians some sort of official status. He offered an amnesty to some of the armed groups in eastern Ukraine who he said didn't have blood on their hands, and he said that he wanted to reach out and hold peace talks. And lastly, he said that Ukraine was committed to joining the European Union down the road. It's a very historic day for Ukraine, but it's also a very historic day for Europe, I think, and for the whole world, and certainly the free world. At the same time, there's a reminder of the challenges facing Ukraine. A Ukrainian Air Force plane was shot down over Slavyansk. The rebels in Slavyansk, who apparently were armed, picking up things from their basements, do have surface-to-air missiles. And President Poroshenko takes over without having the full control of his country, nor of his borders. So these are very exciting times for Ukraine, but immensely challenging ones as well. And I think we've talked about all these things throughout the last 2 days, but I think it's a great opportunity to sum up here. And I want to start with Jacek Saryusz-Wolski, who is a member of the European Parliament, and President Poroshenko has clearly said that Ukraine is ready to go west, as did Ukrainian voters in the May 25th elections. Is Europe ready to take in Ukraine? Where do you see the possibilities and some of the dangers ahead in Ukraine's European path?
Well, I think that if the association agreement is completed, because part of it is already signed on the 27th of June at the margins of the EU summit, then the path is open, and it will be a very challenging path, because it's a most demanding agreement, because it will transform Ukraine in a similar way as Poland was once transformed. Its societal economic system will be rebuilt or replaced in certain areas by European Union legislation. So after a period of 10-15 years, Ukraine will be Europeanized in terms of functioning market economy and parliamentary democracy. It will demand from Ukraine a lot of effort and getting away from all the bad habits and what was the oligarchic state, corrupt capitalism, or whatever name we give to it, which means that the society has to mature. Politics have to become transparent and up to the standards of the Western world, and there has to be an efficient administration. All of those things are missing. The first step should be the parliamentary elections to have Verkhovna Rada fully legitimate and democratic without those MPs who were bought by oligarchs. So a true political democracy should be built. And step number 2 is eradicating to the bone corruption, and then taking over the EU acquis communautaire, roughly 70–80% of the EU laws and standards, which would lead one day Ukraine to the membership without, and I want to be very clear, any promise of membership now to be given, because it is just not feasible. Just not feasible and would be counterproductive, but by creating those facts, and this is the role of the political class and civil society in Ukraine, they should go along the path, look at the end goal, Europeanize in terms of economic and legal and societal standards. Question mark NATO. I mean, it's another topic which you did not ask, but it is somewhere behind what kind of partnership it should be, and whether it should be strengthened or replaced or complemented by US, Ukraine, and immediate task also is to strengthen the defense capabilities of Ukraine, where NATO is quite clear on that, to read the recent statement by Rasmussen and SecGen, but where America refuses to deliver arms, which is a serious and second defense-related mistake by US. The first was to exclude explicitly any military action, and that's what encouraged Russia to invade Crimea and then eastern Ukraine. And on European side, things like selling Mistrals and flirting with Putin above the heads of Ukrainians should be stopped, which is not easy at all. So that's roughly the path ahead.
But it takes two to make a romance, and for years there's been a reluctance within the European Union that Ukraine is too big, too messy, and we don't really want to go there. Do you see, has that changed in the way that Ukraine has changed in the last 6 months? Has there been a shift in the European view of where Ukraine might fit in an EU future?
Well, I don't share this assessment of yours. I think that since there was an agreement among the member states and the process of negotiating association agreement started, it was clear that there is a will to have Ukraine close. It does not mean to have Ukraine as a member, and I think it is a wise compromise that first we create fait accompli, as French say, I mean the state of facts, and then ask the questions of membership. I was myself the one who for the first time introduced the mention of membership into the European Parliament declaration on Ukraine in December 2004, Orange Revolution, and I did the same in March now. But all the failures and wasted opportunities by Orange elite has diminished seriously any enthusiasm to offer more. But what is on offer now is really very, very generous. I myself negotiator of Polish association, I am jealous. Opening of the market, a huge amount of money on the table, 11 billion euros. I would have dreamed as Polish negotiator of association to get such good conditions. Plus the takeover of European law and standards much wider than what we were as Poland offered in 91-94, which led us unavoidably to the membership. So Ukraine is much better treated at the point of departure than Poland or Czechs or whoever, sort of Central Europe, present members of the EU, were offered 20 years ago. And they should just stick to that and implement without pressing for promises. I would like to give them promise, but I fought for that for Poland. We didn't get it either. We didn't get any promise of membership at that stage of association agreement later on. So Ukrainians should consolidate the state, should introduce the fiscal and economic rigor, which they do under Pavlo Sheremeta, and for the first time when Yanukovych clan stopped stealing the wealth of Ukrainians, they have the 14% surplus in the budget. So they should just do what we did, roughly speaking, Balcerowicz type reform, market reform, and market prices start being competitive on the markets. We as a union, we have offered and opened to them our market unilaterally already before signing and before the election of Petro Poroshenko. It's €500 million a year of profit, net profit for them because of entry within tariff stir market. So there are very good prospects, which obviously can be wasted. But hopefully this time Ukraine should overcome this temptation to wait and see, and will act together. I think the maturity of the society in Ukraine is much bigger than what was after the Orange Revolution. And if newly elected parliament is able to run the reformist program, if there is sufficient strength to put oligarchs to deprive oligarchs of the oligarchic status, which means making businessmen out of them and not people who out with their own wealth buy political influence, which is contrary to the very principles of the Western world, then it may become, in 10, 20 years, a society and a country which quasi-evidently and automatically will be asked or admitted to the club. But today, the club of the Union, after the crisis with all the problems we're having, is not ready to promise anymore. So go to work, stop, what I would say to Ukrainians, go to work, come as close as possible to Western-type democracy and market economy, and do your homework, and we, the West, Americans and Europeans, will do our utmost to help you.
To Paul Dobryansky, who served in the previous administration, and now you're out, is America doing enough to help Ukraine?
Well, let me put this a little bit in context, if I may. First, I'd start with the point that when you look at what has happened in Ukraine, and not only just the U.S. response, but I will put it in the context of the West response, which I think has been underscored a number of times today. It shouldn't just be the United States alone, but it's a collective response. Why is it? The first I'd point out is that when Putin made his speech, his grand speech on March 18, he laid out very specifically what his framework is for operation, what his goals, what his objectives are. I don't believe that we have offered an ideological or moral narrative and counter to Putin's remarks on March 18. It's absolutely essential, first and foremost, to do that. It's not just about also a speech or two. It is about a communication strategy that highlights and underscores the kind of pseudo-historical points that Putin has put forward, the kind of totalitarianism that exists, the kind of suppression of freedoms and lack of tolerance, and also, ironically, when you really look at, if you will, treatment of Russians in many locations, I would argue that the premise in which he puts forward, you look at treatment of Russians in Russia itself, and I think that should be challenged. So I'd start with the point, the political point, that we have not mobilized as a single strong entity of highlighting our Western values, of our institutions, and what we stand for. Second, I would come to the point that Gorbachev, if you remember, made an appeal for a common European home. We've called for a Europe whole and free. Let's be reminded of that. Why do I mention that? Because every U.S. president, whether a Republican or Democrat, has embraced this concept of a Europe whole and free. And what the challenge is that Putin has put forward is that, well, that's not the path we want to go down. He has not only stated it very specifically, but has drawn a line as to that's not what we want to be part of. So, in that context, I think, of course, I think we are always open-minded as the West. We want to see things change. But I think we have to deal with also the deck that we've been dealt at this time. And in dealing with it, you have to operate accordingly. So that brings me to the third point. And that is, you had the unlawful annexation of Crimea. Its ramifications are not only for the transatlantic alliance, but let me also point out that what has taken place also has global ramifications. Countries in Asia are very concerned about issues of extended deterrence. They're concerned about what this portends for their region. And when you have agreements like the Budapest Memorandum of 1994, where Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons and in return for its territorial protection and its sovereignty, well, what kind of a message does this send to countries like Iran, North Korea, among others? So in this sense, I would say the second point here is that this aggression, I think that we have to be very firm in having what would constitute a non-recognition policy in this case of what happened in Crimea. And we see the kind of actions that are promoted and unrest that's promoted in Ukraine, and preventing Ukraine from going forward with stabilizing itself. So the other point is, it's not just only what we do in terms of countering the arguments, because we should not leave them to rest. It goes to the heart of what we in the West stand for. But secondly, we should, of course, take a course of action. The Member of Parliament here had mentioned the importance of helping Ukraine help themselves. I agree with him. I think that there should be, in the military context, military assistance and help Ukraine help itself. I also think that sanctions are very important. And sanctions not in a reactive mode, but in an active mode. There has to be a strategy in all different sectors that would make a difference here. And let me just say one last point, because you know, for me, I'm constrained by time here on this panel and a flight. I would say one of the things that we have thought about here was, well, what's the legacy of the Maidan? I think that we need to be reminded of the legacy of Maidan. What were people protesting and on the streets for? One is not only for the association, there was a civilizational choice by people to become part of the West and to embrace Western values and to become associated with the European Union. But secondly, as the member had mentioned, corruption. And here people were tired. They're tired of what their lives are like. They were tired of knowing that some $37 billion is taken from the Treasury. It's time that there's a change. And we have a role and responsibility, and that's the last piece of what the U.S. should be doing, and the West at large, is helping Ukraine. Helping Ukraine, A, in terms of these reforms, combating corruption, and B, also insisting that there is this security in the eastern and southern part of Ukraine so that there can be this stabilization and security. In other words, Russia must there must be a cessation of Russia's involvement and aggression in that part of Ukraine. In order for Ukraine to advance and for the promise of the Maidan to be fulfilled, in this case, we have to see both of these things happen simultaneously.
But Paula, this all sounds great, but then you look at Western policy the last few months has been several days late and many $1 million short. President Obama decided this week to give night vision goggles to the Ukrainians about a month and a half into essentially a hot war between Russia and Ukraine out east. President Putin was so isolated that he was sort of walking around the Normandy beaches yesterday and dining with European leaders. Isn't the West dropping the ball here, in fact? And isn't the U.S., I mean, if you're saying the U.S. should be in some ways leading this as a superpower, aren't we dropping the ball?
Well, I would say, as I've indicated with my first point, no one, in my view, has stepped forward and has challenged specifically as I said, the ideological or moral narrative that Putin has put forward. He has pronounced a number of hostilities against the West at large, and I will say we are being challenged. The collective we is the institutions, the framework that we put into place post, even starting post-World War II, no less post-Cold War. So in that sense, no, we need to have leadership, a strong, united leadership. I would like to see more of that coming forward. I think it's absolutely imperative. There's a choice here for us. Either you don't do it and you take the consequences, which I think would be tragic for our own security, for our economic well-being, and for our welfare, or you unite and you step forward. So I think that we're going to be witnessing that this situation is not a one-off. That goes back to the point, if there are not costs to these actions, it's not a one-off. So you raise an important point. I think we need to see much stronger, firmer, and strategic action. Action that will have consequences now, but will also be important for Ukraine's development and the West's unity in the years to come.
I can't think of anyone over the last 25 years who's done more to promote or try to push democracy in the world than Karl Grossman. And you were just in Kiev. How does this struggle in Ukraine fit into the larger struggle for democracy in the world now and in the past?
Well, Matt, I was struck that in the article you just had in the Wall Street Journal, you picked up on the phrase that Carl Bildt, Foreign Minister of Sweden, said at the meeting in Kiev. We had a gathering of intellectuals where he said that what was happening, the struggle in Ukraine today, is the epicenter of the global struggle for values in the world. And you picked up on that, but you narrowed it down to Dnipropetrovsk as the real center.
A very unlikely one.
But I think that's entirely correct. I mean, Ukraine is the center of what is today actually a global struggle. And I just want to outline a little bit about that. I mean, in the first place, you have the struggle in Ukraine. A lot of people just didn't expect since September everything that's happened. It's been historic. And what's happened in the Maidan has been, a civic renewal, a process where Ukraine is becoming a more mature nation. And I think is in a much better position now to have a successful democratic transition than it was in 2004. I mean, if you think of the history of Ukraine, the violence between World War in the 1930s and in the 1940s, to recover from the devastation that Ukraine suffered is not an easy thing. It's not like a normal country just trying to make a transition from authoritarianism to democracy. And then on top of that, you have Putin's aggression. But if Ukraine can succeed in this, it'll be a historic transition. And I think at a time when democracy is not doing very well in the world, it's backsliding in Thailand and Turkey and many other countries. You have the failure of the transitions in the Arab world. If Ukraine can have a successful transition, it will have an impact not just in this region, in other countries that are trying to move toward democracy, but it will also have, I think, a global impact. So that's one thing. But also, as we've heard at this meeting, and Minister Sikorski made this very clear this morning, if Ukraine succeeds in its democratic transition and you have a free and successful democratic society with tens of millions of Russian speakers on the border of Russia, it will, in my view, and I think he was saying this, encourage a Maidan in Moscow with his enormous consequences. And if it does happen, it will shift the geopolitical balance of power in the struggle over values in the whole world, because Russia is strong, it's not as strong as it used to be, and not as strong as it would like to be, but it is now the most aggressive proponent of authoritarian values in the world today. And if indeed you have a transformation like that in Russia, then that becomes of great historic significance. And so then the question becomes, well, what do you do? And in that regard, and I don't speak as a policy person. I run a bipartisan democracy organization, but I'll speak as an individual. And it's been said by a few people here, by Bogdan Klisch and a few others, we need a policy of containment. Real containment. Why? First of all, to protect Ukraine. But second, to protect the world order. The Economist magazine said that, Putin has driven a tank over the world order. And other countries, as Paula just said, are looking at what's happening. And if there's no reversal of what Putin has done, you don't know what China will do in the South China Sea or elsewhere. It becomes very, very dangerous. But then, with a containment policy that obviously has to have a military dimension, obviously, but there was another dimension to containment. If you go back and remember George Kennan's famous essay, it had to do with mellowing. The idea was that if you contain the Soviet Union and prevent it from achieving global expansion of its power, it will force restraint. It will sharpen the tensions. It will promote a process of breakup and mellowing. And Russia is ripe for that today. Its economy is in horrible shape. And what's happened with Crimea is only going to sharpen the economic problems that Russia has
with capital flight, with the lack of foreign investment, with the inflation, with the decline of the ruble, the decline of the standard of living, and whatever popularity Putin has today, it's going to go down. We know it's going to go down. But it obviously has other problems in addition to that. It has demographic problems, not only with a lack of growth in the population, except with the Muslim part of the population, but people are leaving Russia. A couple of years ago, the Levada Center came out with a study saying that 22% of the adults wanted to leave Russia, and that number was 3 times higher than it was 4 years earlier. That's an enormous loss for a country. And then you have health problems. A 15-year-old in Russia will live 3 years shorter than an equivalent 15-year-old in Haiti today. In Haiti. I mean, Russia is a country with deep, sharp contradictions and problems which are only being made worse by Putin's aggression. So if you have a policy of containment that protects Ukraine, that defends the world order, it will also, in my view, introduce a process of mellowing and change. And we have to begin to prepare for that now. And, this whole problem with, in my view, of Crimea started 15 years ago, when Putin came to power. And it was really the FSB taking over. And they started with Chechnya, a horrible, horrible war, and the murder of people like Anna Politkovskaya and Natasha Estimarova. We have to stand by their memory and these people. And remember that, you have some of the bravest people in the world fighting for democracy and freedom in Russia. Putin has been able to arouse a great deal of nationalism. But if we stand by these people, and if the U.S. and the West itself can adopt a sensible policy, I think the prospect is great, not in the short term perhaps, but in the midterm, for there to be a significant change in Russia, and I think that'll have global consequences.
Basic question. Here. Basic question for Paula, or for you, Carl, and I know Paula has to catch an airplane back to the U.S. When I hear containment, I wonder, is Ukraine Greece in this analogy, or is it Hungary? And to what degree is containment maybe the right analogy in the sense that are we trying just to concede certain territory to a sort of Putin-like authoritarian space, or are we doing something proactive to, in fact, push it back?
Would you mind, Carl, if I thank you, because I have to apologize. I'm going to depart after I give this answer. But my answer to it is, I think that containment is very much on the table. And what is its definition here? It means you pull back on your engagement. And here, the reason for pulling back, first of all, on your engagement with Russia is because of the aggression that's taken in this case. How do you and why would you engage when basically you're dealing with hostilities? Carl mentioned, of course, people who've put their lives on the line in Russia. Let's remind ourselves in the legacy of the Maidan, the some 100 who died. They died because they want to see a change. And in that sense, the containment means you are limiting and really restricting your policy engagement and actions with Moscow in this case. There are challenges to that. Let's take in the trade and the commercial area, but that's what the sanctions discussion is, about what do we change in terms of our policies and why do we change it? I think I think Carl is absolutely right. I think policymakers, that should be front and center in terms of the discourse. There has been an attempt at dialogue, and dialogue hasn't gotten us anywhere, so containment is definitively on the table in this context, as far as I'm concerned.
But Carl, from a Polish point of view, containment was not the best policy for this country over 45 years.
Well, look, containment was always misunderstood, and I understand that it could become a purely a defensive policy, and Reagan then turned it into something more offensive. But the idea of change within the Soviet Union was there from the very beginning. Obviously, we need other dimensions to this policy. We discussed this morning the ideological dimensions. And, the very fact that now we can support people in Russia who are fighting for freedom and democracy is another dimension of that. And I think we have to be very, very conscious of that. But the reason why I think containment is a valid concept is not only to protect Ukraine and to defend its east, but whereas in the past, it could be said that the Soviet Union sought global conquest and therefore had to be contained, and that by containing it, you would sharpen the contradictions. Today, the global dimension of this is world order. In other words, if Russia is permitted to get away with what it did with Crimea, then the old rules no longer hold. So there is a global dimension to having this policy, and you have to be able to say that that is not permissible in the world today. Otherwise, I think everything that the United States and Europe have assumed for the past 25 years is dead. Now, they may feel that an explicit policy of containment is provocative, but I think, Sikorski was right this morning when he said what provokes is weakness and not strength. Then the question becomes, the point that Steve Hadley was making this morning about holding the door open. Yes, we do want to hold the door open, but I'm really regret to say that we are not holding that door open for Putin to walk through. It's not Putin. He represents something different, and we have to recognize that. It was 15 years ago. It was something different. It's just very, very hard for me to think that in any fundamental way he's going to change. And what will change is that if Ukraine becomes a democracy, then the idea of Putinism, the system of Putinism, which is based upon the idea of the illusion of expansion of Russian power, great Russian chauvinism, and so forth, that is dead. Because, as again it was said this morning, Russia can't be an empire without Ukraine. So I'm not shy about talking about this dimension. I understand for diplomatic reasons people might want to, but I think a policy of containment, if properly carried out with all the instruments we have with information and the now democracy assistance and so forth, that ultimately that will allow Russia to become part of a Europe whole and free.
Right. Before Zbig said that, it was Lenin, I think, I'm paraphrasing, said that Russia without Ukraine is like a body without a head. Perhaps on that note, I think it's important to bring in a Ukrainian perspective in Yevhen Vorobyov. I mean, maybe I'd like to get a sense of, what is your sense? I mean, how do you feel as a Ukrainian today with Poroshenko taking office? Is this optimism, worry, all these things?
I'm moderately optimistic about the situation in Ukraine right now, and not only about Poroshenko's election. That is definitely a good thing, but I think for the other reasons that are usually mentioned in the press and in the expert discussions as well. I think in terms of domestic politics, the election of Poroshenko was incredibly important in that he received the majority of votes in western, central, and southern Ukraine, and received the most votes in the majority of the eastern precincts. So that was the first case in the long history of Ukraine where one candidate received the support of basically the whole territory of the country, bar those that didn't participate in the election because of the separatist threat. In international terms, I think Poroshenko's re-election is important because we have already a leader in Ukraine who can make credible international promises and to deliver on his international commitments. So he is a credible interlocutor to foreign governments. And I think Russia understood that by trying to send Zurabov, the ambassador, back to Kiev. So I'm very, positive about those sides. I'm not that positive about the actual composition of the government because many old members of the previous elites will probably come back with Poroshenko. But that is a problem for Ukrainians, not for the international community so far, because the Ukrainians will be pushing for the snap parliamentary election, and that will be a big chance for actually refreshing the elite in the country. That said, I think it is always important in analyzing Ukraine not to fall into this temptation of looking at the present moment, but try to make a step back and look at the situation in a more strategic perspective. So if we look at Ukraine 3 months ago, we would see a country with destroyed institutions, a country which lacked functioning army and security services, a country which had an invasion in one of its regions and later an invasion in a different region. 3 months later, it has an army which receives more money from the budget. The expenses for army have been increased by 50% in comparison to consequent decreases in the past 2 years. We see some first combat experience of this army in eastern Ukraine in the situation which is far from the peaceful anti-terrorist operation as the government claims it to be. But it is a combat experience which is absolutely crucial for that army, indeed. So I think if you look at these changes that Ukraine has gone through for the past 3 months, we have some reasons for cautious optimism. That if we talk about military security, because I think the security was a theme of our panel. If you look at the energy security, for instance, you also can say that Ukraine escaped the most troublesome, the most pessimistic scenario of getting its supplies from Russia cut off, and the population of the country rioting against the increased gas prices. The government attempted to do pretty wisely in that situation, and I think so far has succeeded. So energy security is also very important in the strategic dimension, of course. The government is talking about delivering on its commitments within the European energy community, for example, splitting the gas transit operator into two, and those are positive signs. I think what is less optimistic, if we talk about the energy security in Ukraine right now, is understanding whether the promises that Poroshenko is making about the decreasing of gas consumption are underpinned by any real policy plan rather than this, attractive rhetoric. And I think that is, of course, important to discuss with the international partners plans for increasing Ukraine's energy efficiency, as the panel yesterday discussed.
Right.
So I think those are the main reasons why I'm fairly optimistic about Ukraine's, matters in the coming months.
I mean, I was in Ukraine for a couple of weeks recently, last week, and I had the same feeling in Kiev and in Lviv, and then I flew out to Donetsk and took a little drive around through Horlivka up to Yinkeva and then to Lugansk and back to Donetsk, and I went through several checkpoints. All of them were by the DNR, the Donetsk People's Republic. It seems that Ukraine, and I saw hundreds of men with very heavy, serious weapons, that Ukraine has lost control of a significant chunk of the east. Do you think it's realistic for them to get it back, and how?
I think it is still realistic. Perhaps not overnight, but given the wise policy of applying sticks and carrots, and given some time, Donbass could be won over. Not without huge concessions, unfortunately not without more human casualties, because I think the battles will go on. But that is possible. I think the crucial task for the current government is to understand what price it is prepared to pay for ushering Donbass back to Ukraine. Whether it is ready to pay the local chiefs for assisting in that return of Donbass, or it intends to fight for Donbass on its own terms. And I think that is an answer, that is a question to which Poroshenko will have to present an answer in the coming month.
Well, I understand the question in the panel title is not only how to build new Ukraine, which we are talking so far, but about Ukraine as a pillar of European, and I would say Euro-Atlantic security, so externalities of the Ukrainian situation. And continuing your words on containment and your question I would say containment, yes. With all arguments, I agree. But we need a second C, contamination of post-Soviet space by successful Ukraine, which means contaminating by democracy and functioning market economy, or Western standards, if you wish. And this was the biggest contribution and a mission, in fact, of Ukraine to the North Atlantic or global, even security dimension. Obviously, you refer to Brzezinski, and it's fundamentally right that Russia without Ukraine has no chance to become an empire or to re-become an empire. So if we contaminate post-Soviet Russian space, and one day, if there's a successful Ukraine in terms of democracy and well-being, ordinary Russians will ask, why can't we be the same, I mean, democratic and enjoying prosperity? What has been done so far by Putin is a lasting damage to the principles of international law and principle of non-violability of frontiers, which should not be forgotten, because I'm afraid that now, with this Putin slide back off, which is game or not, that the West will be tempted to say, oh, we're relieved and let's sit together again. And then the consequences not yet fully assessed for the non-proliferation of nuclear arms. Are there any guarantees any longer for Korea or Japan or any other actors who might have or might wish soon to have nuclear arms? But by the fact that there would be such a positive demonstration effect of successful Ukraine if, for Russia, is strengthened by in fact the assessment that Putin has done a big damage not only to the world peace and principles, but to Russia itself. First, economy is going down. Second, he's selling cheap gas to China. Third, the EU is giving up or tries to give up addiction to the Russian gas. NATO has finally been reactivated and found again a raison d'être. And the European Union is going to rearm itself and put stress, which is part of this question, America-Europe burden sharing, to spend hopefully more on defense. So with all the tragedy in Ukraine and all great effort ahead of them, I think that at the end of the road, we might be benefiting from this crisis, because there will be more peace and security if we change, we the West, we Europe, you America, Ukraine obviously, and Russia on the way one day when to democracy and respect of universal values of international society.
But if a free Ukraine poses this fatal threat to Vladimir Putin, the first question is what would we be negotiating as the West, as Chancellor Merkel wants, about with Vladimir Putin? And why would Vladimir Putin de-escalate or take the off-ramp or whatever phrase people like to throw about?
He won't. He won't. No, I just don't think it's possible. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't continue to push forward and continue with this process. I would like to find a different word than contamination.
Ukraine virus.
Positive.
I mean, it's sort of
democracy projection, let's call it.
Contagious spread of democratic values, the contagious spread of democratic values. And, it's probably worth just stepping back for a moment and thinking about what's happened over the past 25 years. I was in this city in early November of 1989 when we had a big meeting sponsored by the Polish-Czechoslovak Solidarity Foundation to try to encourage change in neighboring Czechoslovakia, because it was right near here that the Czechs and the Poles would meet on the border in the mountains. And in any event, Havel later called it the prelude to the revolution in Czechoslovakia when he came to speak to the Polish parliament here. And immediately after that success, the Polish groups, understanding with a historical perspective the need for a safe neighborhood, started working in the region to try to improve and encourage democratic change in the region. And then 20 years later, we had a meeting 500 kilometers to the east in Lviv, focused on the Eastern Partnership. And this is a process. It's a process that I think is moving to the east. It is going to continue to move. I have no doubt that it will. The question is how painful it is going to be, what role the West plays in this. It could be. I mean, you know, Radek Sikorski could have been right this last night when he said it could take a Syrian course. It is very, very dangerous. And you hope that Putin has given us a wake-up call and that we will rise to the occasion. And I think, you know, this meeting has been interesting to me because it's clear, and you had a lot of fairly sophisticated policy people here, people whose voices are heard. From the U.S. point of view, bipartisan. I thought the discussion yesterday between Senator McCain and Senator Murphy was quite remarkable and very important. And there is a kind of a bipartisan consensus that's emerging. It's not penetrated fully Washington yet, but I think it will, because I think there's just so much at stake here. And I just think we have to keep pushing and understand that the way the communists used to say, history is on our side here. You know, it really is. And I just think we have to have confidence.
I want to open up to the panel to questions from the floor. If people can raise their hands. And let me just, as you think of something, let me just throw something to Yevhen is, what's truly changed in Ukraine? As you say, you know, it is the same faces. Petro Poroshenko has, you know, danced with everyone on that political scene. He was one of the founders of the Yanukovych party. What is going to prevent this from being another disappointment of one of many that the Ukrainians have had over the last 25 years?
I believe that's a clear realization that whenever a certain group of oligarchs or a certain branch of power or a certain, group of officials tries to usurp the power, that immediately leads to a crisis in Ukraine. In 2004, we saw these attempts first privatizing a major steel mill and then having a union of two elites, Dnipropetrovsk and Donetsk elites, to seal the election of their candidate, and it failed. We got a peaceful revolution, but still this attempt failed. Now we had an attempt of a person who clearly didn't have the means to build the authoritarian states to do so, and this attempt also failed. So I think a number of crises in Ukraine's history must have taught Ukrainian elites, be they oligarchs, be they representatives of these administrative cadre, they understood that it's impossible to seize control of the country's financial flaws, to seize control of the political power, try not to share it. So I think that is the crucial change that the Euromaidan has brought to Ukraine.
And I guess they have such a great media now and a civic sector. I mean, it's also the first election that I've ever seen where people vote for Poroshenko and the next day it seems the majority goes into opposition. Yeah. You know, we voted for you because we want you to implement what we decided was a national consensus. And if you don't do this, the Maidan can very easily reconstitute itself. Are there questions? And I'm sorry, I can't see people very well, but yes, here on the left, and perhaps we can take one here on the right, these two.
My name is Ivo Augustinski. I'm from Wrocław University of Economics, and I would like to ask you one question, because you very nicely described how enormous threat is this, what is happening in Ukraine for Russia. You mentioned Brzezinski's words that it's impossible for Russia to be an empire without Ukraine. So that means that it is the most determined person who would like to change, who is most interested in the situation in Ukraine is Vladimir Putin. So could you describe more pessimistic perspectives of close future of Ukraine? Because according to what you are saying, it's very optimistic, but you know, they have democratic.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So, on the right too, and I think that's a very good question to look at sort of how things could go wrong.
Anita Szobiak, the Polish Institute of International Affairs. I would have a question to Mr. Stariusz-Wolski, because you were urging us to keep to the externalities of the Ukrainian situation. So, steering the debate a bit towards the European Union, what do you think the lessons can be drawn from the crisis in Ukraine for the Eastern Partnership. Even before the crisis in Ukraine, there were already voices increasingly calling for a reform of the Eastern Partnership. Now, with all these events in Ukraine, there are probably even more reasons to rethink this policy. Do you think there is a need for such a reform? And if yes, then what are the major lessons from Ukraine? Thank you.
Please.
Okay, the reference to the first question, the negative scenario is the opposite of the positive one. So the question is easy. I mean, it's briefly speaking, Yugoslav scenario. I mean, the Ukrainian elites and society is immature enough and does not stand up to the challenge and wastes this chance, and Ukraine continues to be kleptocratic, corrupt, disorganized, governed by divergent interests, unable to defend itself, not reforming its economy, going more into the debts, and so forth, and so forth. I mean, there are various grades and shades of these negative scenarios, including the Russian factor. I mean, Russia continues to interfere via those hidden interventions by GRU-led commandos, and there is a permanent instability of the type we had, I mean, Bosnia-Herzegovina type situation, probably not, but in the worst case scenario also, the Serbian-Croatian type Srebrenica scenario. Very simple and most unwelcome. On Eastern Partnership, and then Ukrainians and we, the West, should do everything for the positive scenario to happen, imagining the negative one to counteract and anticipate. On the Eastern Partnership, I mean, many said that it's dead. So quoting Mark Twain, those rumors are premature. It is alive. I think that there will be a second youth or a second young period for renaissance of. It is a good concept. It has had two weaknesses. Perhaps they were unavoidable at that stage, but at that stage we should make corrections. So my answer to your question, yes, we should change. First, I remember long discussions with people on the Commission who kept denying to us in the European Parliament that it is a geopolitical adventure. There's nothing on geopolitics, it's just a technical DCFTA, a little bit of some other elements. While it was fundamentally geopolitical plan, de facto it was read as such, and rightly so by Putin, a clash of or promotion of Western civilizational model to the east, with consequences, and grave one and profound, as we spoke, for Russia and his dream of creating the third Rome and the Eurasian civilization himself. So it should be admitted easily, openly, that it is a geopolitical, not a plot against Russia, but it is a proposal of civilizational change, insisting that there is a sovereign right for everybody, including Belarus. I'm looking at Mr. Milinkevich here, and Georgians and others, to make the free choice in terms of values and standards of the society and axiological base. And the second thing to change is the instruments. I think that with all the good things which I said before about the generosity of the association formula, I think that behind the policies of EU and US, when we say security, we say calm and stability in Ukraine. I think that we should have much more dynamic concept of. It is not just calm and stability, because the highest calm you find in a cemetery. We want a dynamic, vibrant democracy there, with contagion, not contamination, or value projection eastwards, which means that we have to change the instruments. We have to make this process much less bureaucratic and much more societal, which means that we should build all the bridges between the societies of the West and the society of Ukraine to provoke the profound societal change, and not just administrative, which will be very, very hard, because Washington bureaucracy and Brussels bureaucracy will have unavoidable, obvious temptation to limit. And my recipe is every part and parcel of the structures of our societies in the West should find their counterparts there and make bridges and twinnings and whatever, so that de facto this society first Ukraine and others, becomes part of the Western world.
I think the Yugoslav analogy is very bracing, although I guess if Putin is in the role of Milosevic, Milosevic did end up in a pretty bad place at the end, unfortunately, after remaining dead. Yefan, maybe, do you want to sort of raise the question of reasons to be skeptical, perhaps ones that we haven't mentioned that might concern you?
Yeah, I'm afraid that at some point, by trying to confront Putin, Ukraine will not, produce its own Putin. I'm looking at the surge of patriotism in Ukraine, which is admirable and indeed very, very positive development to me. But I'm afraid of this constant discontent of Ukrainians with the current parliament. If we cannot if Ukrainians cannot appoint re-election of the parliament, and with this growing distrust towards the parliament, they will seek more the reliance on the executive. And in this situation, if Poroshenko, for example, attempts and succeeds in providing for some positive change in the first couple of months of his presidency, he might further boost his support. And I'm not sure whether that will be positive for Ukraine in the long term.
That's a very good point. We have time for one last question, if please, go ahead. Maybe one more over there very quickly, but please keep it very short, thanks.
Hello, my name is Cordelia. I'm a student at University of Warsaw, and I also write for a Georgian investment magazine. So my question is, looking at the title, which isn't up there right now, but making the change in Ukraine a pillar of European security, and listening to the two preceding questions, what if it fails, what if we can't help the Eastern Partnership, is it at all dangerous to tie European security and European values to these things, seeing how precarious they really are right now? Any of the panelists think that's dangerous?
Thank you. And one over there. Just behind you.
Irina Krasavishvili, University of Wrocław, short comment about the terminology. We are speaking still in the end of the day, and we are mentioning Ukrainian crisis. I would like to repeat, we did not have the time in previous panel when we had to think about and speak about the definition, like what do we mean? Like how many people more do we need to be shooted and killed in order to call some other word, whatever is happening in Ukraine right now? The people are shooting every day, and the number of IDPs increasing in hour by hour. And we all were speaking yesterday about increasing of military budgets of neighboring states, and we are still calling it the Ukrainian crisis. What do we consider under the crisis? Or if we do not consider this is a crisis, let's call it something a bit clear, like we consider intervention, occupation, or what? Thank you very much.
Carl, do you want to start? And this will be
well, I don't have the term off the top of my head. I did like contamination, and let's find a better term, but frankly, it is a crisis. And, referring to the last question, I can see an extended guerrilla resistance in the East, and I can see the failure of the Ukrainian transition, the failure to deal with all the problems that the Maidan wanted corrected. And I think that would be an absolute disaster for Ukraine not to take advantage of the opportunity of the Maidan to really solve these problems. I see a lot of forces on the other side, the almost consensual election of Poroshenko, the fact that Ukraine has a stronger identity, the fact that there is a Maidan to put a check on the government. I just remain hopeful. I was thinking last night at the dinner, I don't know how many of you were at the dinner with Ruslana, and I said to myself, if I were Putin, I'd be very fearful of something like Ruslana. I mean, who is able to arouse such spirit, such emotion, and such mass feeling. And there's a great opportunity now. I just hope that the West can take a message both from the Maidan, the values that were affirmed at the Maidan, but also the seriousness of the danger posed by Putin, and just rise to the occasion. I don't think there's any more serious challenge facing the United States and Western democracy today than what's going on in Ukraine.
On the first question, I think that European security is tied, whether we like or not, to the situation in the East, be it South Caucasus or Ukraine. So there's no question whether it is tied. I think the conscience of this strong interlinkage is growing and will be growing further. On terminology, I can easily show you in the documents and resolutions of the Parliament. We never call it, or sometimes we call it crisis, but you'll find there invasion, aggression, and hybrid war. There are three terms being used for description of the situation by the European Parliament institution of the European Union. So we're not hiding away the war, aggression, invasion, as much as we continue to call the invasion what happened in 2008 when Russia invaded Georgia. So we call it by name. Perhaps you refer rather to the terminology being used in the media, which maybe you're right. I mean, it is a war. It is a new war, which perhaps political scientists should describe, that you can have a war without tanks rolling into a country, but by this hybrid war, which is done by intelligence, media, misinformation, cyber attacks, and so forth. It's a new war, new type, but it is a war. So perhaps you're right that we should be more clear on that. But in the formal documents of the Union, it's invasion, aggression, and hybrid war.
And last to TFN, and I know it's hard to top Ruslana, and I don't know how good your voice is to render the Ukraine national anthem, but we'll give you the last voice.
Thanks. I think the question of terminology is indeed very important in terms of how we frame the current situation and how we then prescribe a policy action. I think the sheer coverage of Ukraine in the media is so that everyone tries to come up with a more precise definition, and then we are lost in all these dozens of words used. You can say proxy war, you can say hybrid war in Ukraine, but I think if we look at the Russian perspective, what Putin is thinking about this situation in Ukraine is more of a special operation. So for him, this is a clear-cut operation whereby he has certain goals and he has resources, and he expects to get as much result as possible from this instability that the insurgents create in the east. So I think that is something that we have to keep in mind, that for Putin, perhaps the invasion, direct invasion, was not a goal to begin with, and perhaps we were fighting the wrong kind of beast. So I think Ukrainian authorities are also a bit puzzled with the use of terms, especially when they talk with the journalists, because they stick to the anti-terrorist operation, and that also creates some domestic problems, because it implies to many people in Donetsk region and in Lugansk region that the people who support the militant separatists are terrorists themselves. So I think the government in Ukraine is also falling into this terminological trap by trying to use these terms all the time, and then basically antagonizing the population in those regions who are not the militants, but still do not have trust in Kiev government.
That's a very good point. Well, join me in thanking the panelists, and thank you for having the stamina to make it to the last one. Thank you.
Please don't run away yet. I've been just motivated here by trying to run to the stage and grab it as it's not working. And people are leaving. It's working, right? So please remain seated for at least a couple of minutes so we get a chance to thank everyone who needs to be thanked. Well, we will try to thank everyone who needs to be thanked under the circumstances. Well, I think we've had the best global forum ever, and if we continue in that mode, I'm convinced that it will become an indispensable forum in this part of Europe. I think it already is. It will continue to be that way. Now, from the beginning, we tried to thank the people who are involved. We never managed to thank everyone, because this is actually a really huge effort, frankly. You may believe it or not, but really, this really requires the work of many people. First of all, let me thank the team from Wrocław, Magda Piasecka, who is sitting somewhere there, hiding behind. and Barbara Radomska. They've been working on that tirelessly for since the last forum actually ended. And they represent the team of Mayor Dudkiewicz, the founder of this conference, really. Without Mayor Dudkiewicz, who, as you could see yesterday, despite his health condition, managed to come here. He really created that conference and turned it into the success it is. I would like to thank the team of the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Some of them are tweeting furiously. He's sitting in the first row here. And also the organizational team led by Magdalena Jakubowska, who's been, again, like some of our Wrocław team members working on that for months. And we certainly hope that Magda will continue with her work in the future. I also like to thank Sebastian Płóciennik, who worked with Fran here on the program, making sure that Ukraine would appear in this program as prominent as it did. I mean, people do ask us all the time, what do you plan to have for the next year forum? And frankly, if we want to be honest, we really don't know, because we didn't plan that Ukraine would appear as prominently as it does. But there is really no other more prominent transatlantic issue at the time as Ukraine appears to be. So next year, perhaps we will talk about the success of Ukrainian transition. We may want to promise to have that, but the future will show. And naturally, I would like to thank the Atlantic Council of the United States, from Barwell, Fred Kempe, and Michał Kobosko, with whom we've worked and consulted lots of issues over these months. So, and with that, let me pass the floor to Fran.
Thanks very much, Marcin. It's my duty on behalf of the Atlantic Council to thank some of the same people, but some others. But I do want to say that I want to agree with Marcin. I think this was the most successful Wrocław Global Forum ever, but we're looking forward to building even more, particularly with some of the side events like we talked about, the democracy dialogue and other things. And so we're very much looking forward to an ever better and ever stronger Wrocław Global Forum next year. I want to thank the audience. First, for your attention and your questions, and to those of you who've been tweeting, thanks for spreading the word. The speakers, your insights, your expertise, your willingness to debate the issues of the day. The sponsors. The reality is that you can't do something like this without the sponsors, and they've been generous, and they've been attentive, they've been focused not just on some things, but also on the substance of the conference, and that's been great to have that kind of support. To our colleagues and partners at PISM and the city of Wrocław, whether it's been planning the agenda, and as Marcin said, we didn't start out with this agenda, and every time we met, we had to change the agenda because of the course of events. And so it's been a rather frantic, but I think very productive and interesting result that's come out. Or whether it's figuring out how to get people from airports to hotels to the convention center, our partners are invaluable and fantastic. Truly, this is a team effort. And then to the Atlantic Council team, I won't name names, Fred did that last night, but I want to salute all of them, and for their extraordinary cohesiveness as a team, their attention to detail, their pride in their own expertise. That is all part of making this such a success. Finally, today is also a new day in Ukraine. We've spent a lot of time talking about what Ukraine needs to do and how Europe and the US can help. There's a lot of hard work ahead and no guarantee of success. But today, let us close this forum by sending our good wishes and great hopes to our friends and colleagues in Ukraine as they take the first steps toward becoming part of a Europe whole and free. Thank you all very much.